A very good morning and very good afternoon to our participants from India as well as from Nigeria and other African countries and from the Middle East. So we will be starting in next 1 or 2 minutes. The Vice Chancellor of Skyline University is going to join very shortly. And once he joins, we will be able to start. So now I request the team member Ms. Nafisa to start the session. Ms. Nafisa, over to you. And we have few housekeeping announcements for the participants. First and foremost, kindly mute your mic throughout the session. The second one, if you have difficulty in getting connected, so you can automatically turn off your video. And third one is, if you have any questions, you can put it in the chat box. So we will be keep looking at the questions in the chat box. And so over to Nafisa. Nafisa, you may start the session.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Shona Mohan. Good morning to all. Good day. We are going to wait a while for the Vice Chancellor of Skyline University College to join us. He will be joining in 3 minutes, inshallah. Okay. Good day to all. My name is Nafisa Muhammad Inwa, the events coordinator of Skyline University, Nigeria, and I will be representing as the host for today's event. I'd like to start by welcoming all the participants here present. Thank you so much for joining us in the webinar on digital resources management in 21st century, brought to you by Skyline University Nigeria Library, Skyline University College Library, the African Library Association, also known as the AFLIA, and in collaboration with the National Digital Library of India, which is a project under the Ministry of Human Resources Development of India. In our midst, we have members of the management, faculties, staff of Skyline University Nigeria and Skyline University College. Also, we have researchers, government officials, and private individuals from institutions, government agencies, and corporate organizations across many countries, including Nigeria, Africa, United Arab Emirates, India, and many other neighboring countries. I can see people from Pakistan and Thailand. Thank you so much for joining us and for being with us for this webinar. I'd also like to read out the agenda for today's event. We will start by opening remarks by the Vice Chancellor of Skyline University College, Professor Muhammad Inairat. Then there'll be introduction to the webinar by Dr. Deepa Kara from Skyline University College, who is the Director of Learning Resources. And then the first segment of lectures by Professor Chakrabarti on the access to knowledge resources in 21st century, a vision of a digital library. Then we move to Professor Daz, who will be giving us presentation on the overview of the NDLI itself and its relevance to Africa. And then there'll be presentation by Dr. Sorna Mohan on how to access the e-resources of the NDLI. And then the closing lecture by Dr. Inkem Osuige of the APLIA on redefining librarianship in Africa in line with 21st century information sector realities. There will be question and answer session, which is to be conducted by the librarians of SUC and SUN, Skyline University Nigeria College, and Skyline University College and Skyline University Nigeria. At this juncture, I would like to remind all the participants that questions and every other comments or suggestions that you have will be channeled via the chat box. From there, the librarians will be able to read out your suggestions, comments, and also questions will be read by them, and answers will be given by the relevant professors. There will be vote of thanks by the distinguished Vice Chancellor of Skyline University, Nigeria. I'd like to request the participants who have joined now, please kindly mute your mics. So we'll go straight to the first item on the agenda, which is the first segment of the lecture by Professor Partha Pratim Chakrabarti. I'd like to give a brief profile of the professor. Professor Partha Pratim Chakrabarti is an Indian computer scientist. He's a distinguished professor and former director of the IIT Kharagpur. Dr. Chakrabarti has made pioneering research contribution and has solved a number of open problems. His work has been integrated in standard books as well as industry-level tools of major international companies. He has published more than 200 papers in international journals and conferences and has supervised 24 of PhD students. He is also an honorary awardee of the Shanti Swapur Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology, which is the highest award in India for the engineering category in 2000, and he is the principal investigator and founding member of the NDLI. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Partha Pratim Chakrabarti for the first segment of lecture this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Thank you. So we can continue. Or should I give my presentation now, or are going to have some initial remarks from as per the agenda?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are going with the initial agenda. Our Chancellor and Dr. Dibakal rights available. Yes. Yeah. Hello, Nafisa. Hello, Nafisa. Sir. Sir.
I think we will start the session. I think we should start with the opening remarks from our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mohammad Inarat. Sir, welcome to the webinar. So we are ready for your opening remarks, sir.
Yeah, Kelly, he can give his opening remark.
Yeah, he's already joined, no?
He has to give actually agenda.
He's already there, no?
He's speaking.
I don't. He's there already. I can hear.
Good day to everyone. I'm sorry for this technical issue where I could not use my laptop in order to address this gathering today. I'm sorry for that. IT is always IT, and we are talking about digital resources. We are talking about digital resources, and we are facing digital glitches and issues. Anyway, I am Dr. Mohammed Nairat, the Vice Chancellor of Skyline University College at Sharjah. I would like, on behalf of myself and my colleagues and the institution of Skyline University College in Sharjah and both in Nigeria as well, I would like to welcome all of you to this great webinar, Digital Resources Management in the 21st Century, where we have many participants. I can see that up to now we have 148 participants in this webinar. So I welcome our guest speakers to this webinar, Dr. Chakrabarti from India, Dr. Surana Mohan from India, and Dr. Osogwao from Nigeria. So welcome to all of you, my dear colleagues, and I wish that this digital resource management in the 21st century, it will be a fruitful and it will be a productive webinar where it will be a good added value for our librarians in both the institution and all the invited institutions who are participating in this webinar. Skyline University College, this is our culture to always organize this kind of activities for the benefit of all our counter partners, our partners everywhere in the world. And therefore, I wish you all the best and I wish you a successful webinar. Thank you for joining us. And I would like also to thank the organizing committee for this lovely and great organization of the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda will be introduction on the webinar by Dr. Deepa Kara, the Director of Learning Resources from Skyline University College.
Hey, good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to this webinar. Now, if we speak about the 21st century, it's all digital. Now, digital was a buzzword which was there. We used to talk in 2017, 16, all this thing was going on. Because of COVID, the things have accelerated, means it's exponential growth of the digital world. Now, here I would like to highlight on the basis of academic concepts that we are not speaking about digitization. Digitization exists. All the things are there in digital format. The time we publish an article, it is no longer our article. It's available on the Google. It's available on different ResearchGate and Scopus, which can be referred by anybody. The point today is how we can collect the right information which is digitally available, synthesize it, and put it in a proper format so that it can become a meaningful information. Earlier century, means if we speak about 1980s, 90s, when we used to study, at that time, searching for the information was an issue. In today's time, it is no longer the searching for the information. Information is available, but meaningful information is not available. So we are speaking about digitalization, where the processes needs to be created, where the information has to be tunneled, or it has to be synthesized into a meaningful information so that decision making can be done. So with this note, I will hand it over to our learned guest. So welcome to the webinar as a part of our Skyline group, Skyline University Sharjah, Skyline University Nigeria. We welcome you to this webinar and hoping to have many more webinars in the future. Thanks everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Nafisa.
You're welcome, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your remarks. We will go straight to the agenda for the day. That is the first segment of the lectures by Professor Chakrabarti, whom I have already introduced. Good morning, Dr. Chakrabarti.
Good morning, good afternoon to everybody in India, in Nigeria, in Sharjah, and to all over the world. At this outset, I would like to thank the Skyline University, Sharjah, as well as Nigeria. Professor Mohammad Inarat, who just spoke, and we are expecting Professor Ajit Kumar to speak, Professor Dr. Deepak Kalra, Dr. Osuigwe, and Mr. Kabiru, Mr. Veeramani, and everybody else, along with my colleagues, and obviously Nafisa. Thank you so much for this kind introduction. I will now move over for my talk on the first talk that has been scheduled. So I'm sharing my screen, and I will give that talk now from my screen. Could you please confirm that the screen is visible?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Just let me know as soon as the screen is visible.
Sure. Not yet, sir. It has not yet come. So would you like to try it again?
Yeah, I can try it again. I presented, I had shared my screen. Again, I will share my screen. So it told me I cannot share my screen. So let me share the entire screen and then see if it works. Has it come now?
Yes, it's loading, sir. Yes, now it's visible, sir. Kindly go ahead, sir.
Okay. Okay. So has the full screen come now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So welcome to this seminar. I will talk about access to knowledge resources in the 21st century and the vision of a digital library, which will be followed by my colleague Professor Das on the National Digital Library of India. As Dr. Kalra has just mentioned, today any nation's need is all about education, anyone, anytime, anywhere. And because that is something that is very, very important nowadays, we have to move on to a platform that is going to provide this feature. Secondly, the other important aspect that has come up is about being able to carry out learning as long as possible. That means we would like to have our learning enhanced, and this learning is something that we would like to have from whatever be our age. So learning has now becoming lifelong. So with this lifelong learning, it is going to be essential that we provide a platform that is going to be digital. Anybody can access it anywhere, at any time, and continuously whenever they need. If you look at India's facts, then we are the second most populous country in the world. We have 1.3 billion people. We have 440 million children. Every fifth child in the world is Indian. 1 million turning 18 every month. We have 129,000 secondary schools and about 1.1 million elementary schools. We have close to 700 universities and 46,000 colleges. We are linguistically so broad that we are like a continent in itself. We have 22 official languages, 720 dialects, 122 major languages, and about 1,600 other languages. in this country, which is India. We are the fourth largest producer of doctorates after the US, UK, and Germany. We have about 70 million students in the higher education system, which is the highest in the world. If we have to build brick and mortar institutions alone to pursue education, then India will need to build 6 universities, 270 colleges every month for the next 20 years, which is obviously an impossible aspect. In this background, as Dr. Kalra mentioned, that digital everywhere and every time is becoming the fait accompli for all of us. Keeping that in mind, we have envisaged upon a digital ecosystem where education will float on a digital paradigm. This digital format of education, at the base of that digital format of education lies the digital library and the digital resources. And it's around this that the whole of education, anytime, anywhere, lifelong, will, for anyone, will proceed. So why and what kind of a digital library do we require? We require an integrated, open and inclusive library for a country and the world maybe over a period of time, which is an enabler of the digital ecosystem for education. It is an all-encompassing resources repository that will be both a knowledge asset and a cultural asset to anyone. And India being a great country, we would like to share this with as many people in the world so as to bring everyone on the same boat. What are the typical issues? We have a wide geographic expanse, a large population, huge number of students, a large number of institutions, linguistic variety, and the other side is lack of qualified teachers. This lack of qualified teachers requires and envisages and recommends that the digital platform be used by students and the whole artificial intelligence enabled digital learning be introduced. On the other side, we have various resources, universities, teachers, public resources with wealth of information. And we would like to ensure that one college's, one teacher's material is made available, the best material is made available to everybody else in the world. And if we only want one resource like Google to assume be a resource, it won't work. Therefore, it has to be resources where whenever created by anybody, and if it is of good quality, it must be provided to all others. Currently, the difficulty before we started the National Digital Library was that there were many such small digital libraries and repositories, but there was no single integration. There was no window search. A proper metadata was not available. Open source technology was not done. There was lack of interaction. There was a very low integration of content and the learning system, and a very weak ecosystem between the learners and the teachers, especially in the digital platform. A traditional library, you go to the library, look at the catalog, go to the books, pick up the book, read, borrow, etc. Now there are library timings, there is a crowd and everything else, and you cannot reach all the libraries of all the places in the world. On the other hand, the digital library provides you anytime access. You can log in from wherever you are, and even if you are traveling, even if you are in a pandemic situation at home, you can access. The other is you can start doing research on discover new knowledge by integrating the knowledge available from different digital libraries into a single platform. And with the advent of AI and machine learning, this becomes a new paradigm altogether. And it reaches not only extensions to the nook and corner of the world, but it enables creativity and disruptive innovation. That means that even if a student prepares new material, that new material can start getting used by anybody else. So everybody can become a creator, everybody can become a user, and everybody can become a learner, and everybody in the world can get connected. So the objective of our library, which we initiated, was a 24/7 enabled infrastructure. It will work 24 hours, 7 days a week. It will cover all academic levels from kindergarten to post-PhD research. It will cover all domains, all disciplines, arts, science, humanities, engineering, and various other disciplines. It will also have industry, it will also have economy, and it will also have cultural objects. Anybody who wants to integrate to this digital library will have to develop their own institutional digital access content to the National Digital Library, and it will harvest and integrate all the information. The digital library does not want to store your own information. It only wants access to the information, and you can continue to remain owners of your information. Secondly, we would like to provide the interface in a local language, and therefore the interfaces in local language, interfaces for differently abled users, and then as we move to virtual reality based platforms, we want to provide immersive e-learning environments. So the range of contents, especially for academic levels, will be the complete integration of material from lecture slides, videos, notes, courseware, term papers, lab experiments, question banks, data sets, manuscripts, audio, video, and then all publications, annual reports, encyclopedias, and everything else. And it is not limited just to ebooks or e-publications. It contains video, audio books will be there, simulations, interactive tools, games, all of them. This brings a completely new dimension when we go into digital form. What does this enable? This enables democratization. Anyone can access the contents free. It hosts open access contents. Subscribed contents can also be provided through various modes. The whole architecture is open source and uses open source software so that it is publicly usable at any platform. The metadata, that is the knowledge about the information of the library, will be open, and therefore we have published our open metadata system, and it champions the Sustainable Development Goal 4 as well as NEP 2020 of India in the most remarkable way possible. It enables global collaboration. So because it aggregates contents from institutions, repositories, galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, it facilitates public hosting of content. Now, it also enables collaboration with educational entrepreneurs who have started collaborating with the National Digital Library for providing their own content to everybody, free content to everybody else. It provides a platform for technology collaboration because e-learning is slowly taking many forms. And then a nationwide, worldwide collaboration where all countries together can start collaborating in a global mechanism. Based on that, the National Digital Library of India is one library for all of India. It has 72 million plus content in 400 plus languages from 340 plus sources with 3.2 million plus active users continuously accessing. The pandemic provided us the biggest challenge and the biggest opportunity. The pandemic showed how people cannot gather, people cannot go to places, but that does not stop learning. And that we saw that during March to April 2020, 1.38 billion learners got impacted worldwide. And this staggering impact of the pandemic was resolved to a great extent by digital platforms. And the National Digital Library stood up by enabling access in the digital mode, enabling access to online classes, recording of all online material and all the evaluation, providing access to people in various forms, and the digital library became the primary source. Teachers started contributing videos and online classes, and we started providing very, very innovative services. So the whole digital library mitigates the adverse effect of a pandemic. And we came up with a complete program called Study at Home, where school, college, at every discipline teachers had domain-wise knowledge for them. For those who are appearing for entrance exams, we provided them preparatory services through the digital library. For those who wanted to do research in COVID, we provided them a COVID repository so that all the literature related to COVID would be made available worldwide. And through this, we enabled the access to knowledge directly, as we said, anywhere, anytime, lifelong, anyone. And this National Digital Library was dedicated to the service of the nation on 19th June 2018. Today, we are moving along with Skyline University. We had collaborated last year also, and we are collaborating with several other countries, not only in India, in Asia, but in many other places. And we look forward to making such digital platforms the primary backbone for education in this coming century. With this, I go back and stop sharing, and I would now like to return and thank all of you for giving us an opportunity and hand over to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this an insightful and informative seminar. Now, the next item on the agenda is the second segment on the overview of the National Digital Library of India and its relevance to Africa, which is to be taken by Professor Das. I would like to read out the brief profile of Professor Das. Professor Partha Pratim Das, throughout his freewheeling career, has donned many hats: a teacher, an entrepreneur, a father, and a mentor. Dr. Das has completed his BTech, MTech, and PhD from IIT Kharagpur and has joined the alma mater as a faculty in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering in 1988. In 1988, he also joined Alumnus Software Limited as a business development manager. And from 2001 to 2011, he worked for Intra Systems Incorporation as a senior director and headed its Kolkata center. In 2011, he returned to the Department of Computer Science and Engineering of the IIT Kharagpur and has consistently featured among the teachers who had been receiving top teaching feedback from students at the institute. Dr. Das presently heads the Rajendra Mishra School of Engineering and Entrepreneurship and he is the Joint Principal Investigation and another founding member of the NDLI. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you Professor Parthapratim Das.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and welcome everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, as it would be. I was just looking at it is about little over a year that we had the first session with Skyline University last year during the peak of COVID, while we had discussed that we would make a visit to Skyline University and other universities in Africa. Least did we know that COVID will continue to dominate so much. Anyway, let me put the presentation, put up the presentation and start talking about the agenda. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It's loading.
Let me know
Yes,
when
sir.
it is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Yes.
Now.
Okay. Thank you. So, Professor Chakrabarti has already given a very strong foundational introduction to the role of digital library in the modern society today. So, building up on his introduction, I would like to take you through some of the key points about the National Digital Library of India. This is a project of our Ministry of Education, which is executed by our institute, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. And it had started in April 2015. So we have approximately completed 6 years, and we are going strong, building up further. Now, I think I'll skip some of the slides because Professor Chakrabarti has dealt with them in depth about the need of digital library for any nation and the background and so on. So this is in India. Thank you. So in India, and this could be the model in almost every country, the basic way the digital ecosystem for education has been working now is you have a lot of different kind of courses and training programs which are online, digital. They are significantly called MOOCs. And anything? Okay. Or this could be, there are programs on the direct to home TV channels and so on. And students today are not only learning from these courses, but they are also earning credit by taking examination and online assignments and so on. The credit which they can use in their usual transcript. Thank you. So when this large number of students attend these online courses, there is naturally a big requirement for their educational contents that are not limited to just books, but are spread across a wide variety of digital forms. And the National Digital Library of India in India is positioned to provide as the knowledge repository for all these learners. So that is the basic requirement point from where we started. We have Professor Chakrabarti has already talked about the objectives, and to build the National Digital Library of India, we have identified a wide range of contents coming from different institutions. He talked about the collaboration and support from different institutions. So there are more or less traditional contents in terms of, besides books and papers, in terms of videos, lecture slides, term papers, question papers, which students primarily are very much interested in, question papers and model answers of those question papers and so on, notes. Then on left, the variety of research and professional content which come from research institutions or with different universities, professional institutions and so on, which include obviously the publications, ETDs and variety of other contents. And most importantly, if you see below, is where the digital library like NDLI, National Digital Library of India, is transgressing from a traditional library. Is you can have data sets in this library. We are building up data sets in the library because as we understand that in today's time, it is not enough just to have the publications, but it is very important to have well curated, organized data sets, because it is the time of data science, which is useful in solving problems in every area. Then there could be benchmarks, models, manuscripts, and so on. So if we think about NDLI, there is a wide range of content types, multimedia content types, which are available. So the one library, all of India, currently contains about 7.2 crore, which is about 72 million content records, of which a large part, a large portion is actually free and full text accessible. I'll talk a little bit more about that. The contents are in more than 400 languages and have been contributed by almost about 350 different sources. So NDLI is, I will not go through each and every point here, because NDLI is, as Professor Chakraborty has outlined, the ideal digital library for learning that one can think of. It is a 24/7 enabled umbrella digital library. What it means is very important is it integrates centralized access to e-contents. It does not, with the partners, NDLI does not copy contents that the partners have. That is not feasible, not advisable, not maintainable. Instead, NDLI merely copies the metadata of every content, keeping a reference to the actual content from the digital repository of the partner, of the content provider. That's the reason we say that it's a federated umbrella digital library. And using the metadata collection, which is over 72 million, any user can very seamlessly search, browse, and find contents in all academic levels, in all disciplines. There are several organizations which are specifically focused on schools or for career development and so on. And as I have already mentioned, there are multimedia contents of about 70 different variety, including text, video, audio, image, simulation, animation, and so on. Now, the key point about NDLI is its openness and open practices. That is, we have all through designed it to be open to all. Anyone can access most of the contents freely without even a login or registration. Though logging into the system improves some part of the search and locate facilities, and some more accesses are possible. And out of the 72 million, over 50 million contents can be accessed full text by anybody free of cost. So sources are mostly open access content. So that openness, open practice is the key for NDLI. But it just does not stop only with the open access of contents, but it also provides subscribed content accessible freely through NDLI, through national licensing. NDLI as a whole, as a technology, is built on open architecture using open source software, and open metadata, as Professor Chakraborty has mentioned, is the heart of NDLI. So openness and open practices is the key in terms of NDLI's propagation of knowledge. Now, this is a very broad, abstract view of the services that we provide through NDLI. If you look at this black rectangular box, this is what we say is content baseline, where basically all content metadata are collected. Now, generically, this can be searched. If you look at the service below, the two primary services are search and browse. And after me, Dr. Brignesh will take you through some of these live demonstrations also of how do you do search and browse effectively. But what you can do is you can totally search on this entire metadata base of 72 million content records, and with filters and with different ways of searching and browsing, you would be able to locate your content. That's one set of service, one strong service that we started with. But what's more interesting is on these contents, we are regularly building different verticals. The verticals are based on domain. So say we have school vertical where we take out good content based on the syllabus of the school classes at school grades at different levels and put them in terms of a collection so that the user, the school user, can focus just on that. And it is far more organized, aligned with the user's requirements, aligned with the background of the user and so on. So it gets a lot more useful for the user to be able to find the content. And there are various such verticals which are currently available and as well as being regularly built on, like the vertical on competitive or board examinations, school living examinations, the verticals on data I talked about, verticals on different domains and so on. So that's the overall view of NDLI. So in terms of the usage, NDLI can be accessed in English and 10 most widely used Indian languages. So the list is given on the left. So these are different views in Marathi, Hindi, Gujarati, Bengali. These are the 10 most widely used Indian languages. We are expanding this. We have 22 official languages, so there is some more way to go. Now, talking about the uniqueness and reach of the library, I've already talked about the openness, about nationally licensed content. NDLI has a strong personalization, which means that, in brief, it means that depending on the user's previous search history, the search result gets tuned. So based on that, if a 8th standard student who is regularly using the library would look for magnetism, and a doctoral student who also regularly uses the library and look for magnetism, are expected to get different sets of results which are more appropriate for their level of study. Personalization is a key area. And of course, we have, again, open access content sourced from variety of authentic sources. We have about 15,000 institutions who are participating with NDLI. I think Skyline University and few other universities from Africa had registered after the last year's program. So these 15,000 plus institutes are regularly using content. The students and teachers, faculty are regularly using content from NDLI. There are about, though it does not need that one has to be registered with NDLI to be able to use it, but as I said, registering and logging in would always help. So there are about 58 lakh registered users, of which 31 lakh are very active. But there are certainly several lakhs of users who do not register, so we do not have exact count for them. So in terms of the average daily hits, we have about 200,000 daily hits to the site, so which is very respectful, I would say. In terms of content, I said it's 72 million total, 52 million free access and languages and so on. And a very unique feature about this library so far after 6 years is we have been able to maintain 99.99% uptime on 24/7 basis, even through this entire period of pandemic, during which we have gone through 2-3 cyclonic disasters as well. Certainly, we have received a couple of awards starting from 2017, and the last 2 awards are particularly focused on our response to the COVID time learning requirements of the students. Now, coming to very specifically the services which Professor Chakrabarti briefed, our major service that we launched immediately after COVID had struck, and schools and colleges immediately on one day, everything had to be closed, and I mean, still most of them are closed, is study at home. So this provides a variety of verticals and collections of contents for school students, for engineering students of different disciplines, science students, humanities and social science students. So for each one of these, if you go in, you can select a particular discipline area or subject area, and you can get contents on that subject area. I'll show a little bit more of that. Language, literature, law. So study at home is the most used and kind of the strongest service that we are providing to the learners. The second, which is very popular, is board examination preparatory. CBSE, Central Board of Secondary Education, is the largest central board in India who conduct class 10 living and class 12 living examinations all across the country. So these are specific collections, vertical, providing a variety of subject specific content for preparing for your examination, question papers, several model answers, solutions, tutorials, textbook references, and so on. Contributions from different schools, different school boards, including a large number of edupreneurs in this area who have made quite a portion of their collections freely accessible for NDLI. COVID-19 Research Resource Repository is a unique repository of its kind, which was in reaction to the realization that COVID is not a transitory matter. So while doctors and medical scientists, biotechnologists are focusing on specifics of understanding the virus, making vaccine and so on, the fact of the matter remains that the life has been impacted in every sphere due to COVID. So whether it is banking, whether it is transportation, whether it is education, whether it is entertainment, everywhere COVID has had an impact, and the only way that can be countered is through research. So in this collection, we have tried to collect a 360-degree kind of resources for different walks of life. I'm sorry. Like, it's not only scholarly publications that are important, of course, but we provide references to a variety of data sets in different areas for data science research, documents and videos from authentic sources, journals where you can publish, conferences where you can publish COVID-related research, ideas for funding, startups, and so on. And finally, we have services in terms of featured collections, where you talk about something important for the day, for the week. We provide a topic for the week to think, provide some information from NDLI on that topic, and feature some life and works of some great luminaries. Currently, we are featuring the birth centenary of Satyajit Roy, who was a very famous filmmaker from India, who went on to win Lifetime Oscar Awards. So for his 39 films, which are unique, he had handwritten manuscripts of detailed cinematography. which is not done in any automated manner, but it's annotated, decorated with his notes, with the drawings and so on. And Ndla is the only place where you will find that collection, and it is a great source for cultural heritage as well as for research. Our most recent and another very strong service is about Ndla clubs. Ndla clubs are set up are around the Ndla's own core services. So a club can be formed in any academic institution, in schools, colleges, universities, or even independently. It could be, the club could be in India or anywhere in the world. And a club is for a set of students and teachers who would interact using the contents of Ndla about certain topics. There'll be different events like reading Olympiad, competitions, hackathons, lectures by from Ndla for organized from distinguished faculty or distinguished luminaries and so on. So over the last 4 months that the club service has been launched, about 2,200 clubs have been set up with 2.5 lakh, 150,000 users all across India. So this is how the service looks. It is available on the web, and you can see that this is a study at home I was talking about. Then you have COVID research repository and the featured collection. Each one of the card is a link to a vertical service on that area. So if we click this school, you will get into the school domain of studies and get contents for that. On top and as well as in the middle, you can see the search, which is the basic generic service that we provide, which searches over the entire database of metadata records, and then browse can be done based on a subject area or a particular type of content or source and so on. Ndla is also available as mobile app both on Android as well as on iOS. So metadata certainly is the heart of Ndla. I'm sure the library science people in the audience would find this very, very interesting. The Ndla's metadata design is not a new standard because there is already several standards. So what we have done is we have made a virtual metadata standard, which means that we have borrowed from existing standards selective parts which are useful for us. So we borrow the basic identifying generic fields from Dublin core, things like title, author, year of publication, and so on. We borrow certain fields which are important for the learning value of a content from LRMI, Learning Resource Metadata Initiative, things like learning time, pedagogy of a content, and so on. We borrow different ETD fields from our own Shodhganga standard and so on. And it's done in such a way that these are borrowed from different standards. So it makes sure that it remains contemporary all through the time and is integrated over a uniform mapping through the DSpace content management system, and is made in a way that new profile of metadata from any other standard can also be very easily integrated into it. There's a quite detailed document on this which is available freely from our website. I'd request anybody interested in library science and metadata could study that and make suggestions. Coming to the free contents, there is a large collection, as I said. The open access fully available text is for about 52 million content, which are distributed like this: about nearly 7 million of books, 38 million of articles, several journals, thesis, question paper solutions, 132,000 web courses, 17,000 web courses, and we are regularly adding several video lectures and so on. This is as of today. So just to give you a brief on the internal of the service, Dr. Shauna Mohan will take you through the actual functioning. So it's a study at home. If you choose the school cards, school content, then you get a view like this where you can look at different video lectures. JEE preparation material. JEE stands for Joint Entrance Examination, which is a common national examination for admission to engineering, including IITs in India. So it's one of the most coveted and most competitive examination that happens. So you can get a variety of contents, old questions, about 10-15 years old questions, solutions, tips and all that, and then books and so on. For example, here this is a sample of JEE question solution. What has been very very creative from Ndla is not remaining just limited to metadata aggregation, but in some areas like this, we have actually created content. So we have solved over 10 years JEE question papers using students who have themselves passed through the examination and teachers who are regular in guiding such students. And these solutions are just not solving the problem, but they do give the answer and obviously the workout, but it also tells you different tips in terms of if there are 4 choices in the MCQ, are all 4 choices more likely, or is it possible that you could just do some simple logic to eliminate at least 2 of the 4 choices, and so that
Joy,
the
close my boots.
the choice finally comes to only between 2 options. And we provide a lot of alternate solutions and references to similar questions and so on. There are video lectures like this. These are for NEET and other all across India competitive examination. There is several content on activity-oriented learning. So this has been very popular during the study at home, where students get a lot of ideas about doing projects at home using usual, household items available, pencil, paper, adhesives, and so on and so forth. There is a variety of contents in every subject area in terms of for college students in engineering. So here are some snapshots of that. Then our biggest MOOCs program called NPTEL program, run by the Ministry of Education, has more than 3,000 courses in engineering, and we regularly integrate those course videos and organize and present them in a very hierarchical structured manner through this library. I have talked a little bit about COVID-19 research repository. For the sake of time, I'll keep this short, so you can go to the scholarly publications and get COVID-related publications data, which you can search within this particular vertical or look through the different publication sources. Then there are featured collections, which I talked about already, so I'll skip over. Now, coming to what are the possibilities for Africa, for other nations, there are several things that we can do together. I personally consider that countries like Nigeria or Kenya have a lot in common with countries like us. We have had a strong colonial past. We have an education system which is strongly established by the British, by the Commonwealth. We have a lot of, our higher education in most cases are in English. So whatever we are building for India in mind can actually be very useful for the countries and universities in Africa. So we can together build knowledge repository, initially covering education and then following up with culture, industry, and so on. We can connect students, teachers, schools, colleges, universities in different countries across Africa. Certainly, another thing what will be very critical is to integrate academic programs. Thank you. integrating academic programs. We are working actively within India currently to integrate several academic programs, looking at the commonality and making sure that very similar digital program is not offered from multiple sources. So it is possible that we work with universities in Africa to use so that those universities can use the academic programs that are available through NDLI in terms of different learning content collections can be used in those universities, and we can in turn also use contents developed by the universities for our programs. We can develop and integrate content together. We can connect with publishers, other stakeholders, and overall drive the digital equation together. So creating the cultural knowledge repository. I think I've already run out of time pretty much. Thank you very much. And I will stop here and give it on to my next speaker. Certainly we'll be happy to answer questions if there are any.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor. Such an informative session. Before moving to the next speaker, I'd like to remind the participants that all questions are required to be channeled via the chat box. There is a folder on the app for sending messages. Please channel your questions, your comments, and suggestions via the chat box. It will be answered after all the presentations. Now, the next session is the lecture by Dr. Brignesh Mohan.
Thank you so much, Nafisa. I think due to kind time
I would like
constraint,
to make a brief introduction about you, if you don't mind.
sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. The seminar will be on how to access the e-resources of the NDLI. Dr. Swarna Mohan is currently the Chief Strategic and Outreach Officer of the National Digital Library of India. He is also the founder of Brilliant IAS Preparer, a mobile-based low-cost training solution for the civil services aspirants. Earlier to this, he worked with the Indian Public Library Movement and the CSC e-Governance Services India Limited. Dr. Brignesh has established protocols for large ICT and did a number of rural ICT projects. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy from the Center for the Study of Law and Governance. And also, he has a Master's in Public Management and has been actively participating in various international forums. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Brignesh Mohan on how to access the e-resources of the NDLI.
Thank you so much, Nafisa. A very good morning and good afternoon to all the participants, and I'm very grateful to all the dignitaries who have permitted me to present this presentation. So let me quickly start the presentation. We will try to cover up most of the sections of this presentation. I hope my presentation is visible to you.
Yes, Swarna Mohan, it's visible.
Thank you so much. So in this section, we are going to see how are we going to access the National Digital Library of India resources on a live platform. So before this, I just wanted to show you what are we going to see. We are going to look at why NDLI, how does NDLI work, what kind of content, who is this for, how to access NDLI, and then how to operate an NDLI club. So since most of the points have been already discussed by my colleagues, I will quickly touch upon the basics. So why NDLI? So first and foremost, there is no physical boundary required for the National Digital Library. So we can literally from any part of the world, right? Not just in India. So in the physical library, we have a space constraint, but whereas in the digital library, we don't have the space constraint. and we can access the same resources by multiple person at the same time from any parts of the globe. That's another major advantage. And also it serves as a platform to preserve and conserve our knowledge. So I could name a couple of resources like Satyajit Ray's original writings are available or scanned, digitized, and they are given to the National Digital Library of users to access it for free of cost, right? Likewise, there are many very rare collection of resources that are already being digitized or coming to the National Digital Library. Another is the Digital Library of India resources. That is also part of the National Digital Library of India. And we also have challenges in the physical library, like missing resources, hidden resources, and damaged resources, which can be easily overcome by the digital library. And as Professor Chakrabarti and Professor Das mentioned, the ultimate objective of the National Digital Library of India was to democratize education and give equitable access to the knowledge resources, whether they come from a poor family or from a rich family, or they come from a very big institution or a very small institution. Wherever they come from, they should be given equal access to the knowledge resources. And as Professor Chakrabarti mentioned, during this pandemic period, the National Digital Library of India was giving access to everyone, not just in India, outside of India also. There were like, I think, over 60 million people accessed during that pandemic period. So next, how does NDLI work? As Professor Das mentioned, metadata. Metadata is, as many of you know, it's basically the basic information about the resource. Say, for example, if there is a book, the title of the book, the author of the book, the publisher of the book, the subject matters that are being covered. So that is called metadata. That is what is stored or ingested into NDLI. So how does NDLI work? Say, for example, imagine this diagram. This is the National Digital Library of India platform. As a first step, what we do is we partner with institutions. Say, for example, if Skyline University Nigeria, Skyline University of UAE, or Bayero University of Kano, if you are interested, if you're having 1,000 non-copyrighted, digitized, open source teaching, learning, research materials, which we are willing to share it with every citizens of the globe, then as a first step, we sign an agreement with your institution and we help you in setting up an IDR. IDR stands for Institutional Digital Repository. It's like a mini website of kind. So once it is set up, we create, you have to create the metadata for these 1,000 resources. Once the metadata and the full text resources are made available in this repository, from here, we just pull the metadata from here through a API. We store the metadata in our repository. But the original content, you want the content. We don't want the content, right? And then now, imagine if a researcher from, say, UAE or from Egypt wants to access one of your faculty publications. So he comes to NDLI, he searches for the resource. Once he locates that resource, he clicks on that resource. Then we look at which IDR it comes from. So we redirect to your IDR. So here you validate this user. Once it is confirmed, then you give him the access to this content directly to the researcher, right? So in this process, what NDLI does is, we actually act as a content facilitator or a content integrator. We don't own any content. The content ownership is still lying with you, right? We act as content facilitators. That is the beauty of NDLI. And as Professor Das and Professor Chakrabarti mentioned, we have over 346 content contributors across the globe. And these are some of the content contributors. We invite many content contributors who are present in this webinar to participate and become a content contributor so that we grow as we share, right? And if you look at the subject-wise content category, we have computer science, information, and general works closer to 16 million resources. And we have technology, we have 12 million resources. Natural sciences and mathematics, we have 9 million resources. Social sciences, we have 6 million resources. So as of today, we have 72 million resources overall in our repository. And so these 72 million resources are available in 5 different access options. Not all the contents are open source content, right? Say, for example, these are the 5 different access options. One is open access content. Say, for example, in Indian context, there is a website called NCRT. There is a initiative called National Council for Educational Research and Training. That content, all their content, published materials are available for open public consumption, right? You don't have to be registered or you don't have to log in to get into those resources. So, but the beauty of NDL, you can just go to their website and access these resources. But the beauty of the National Digital Library is you don't have to go to 300 such websites. So we have collated at least resources from these 300 platforms into a single platform, right? That is the ubiquitous platform feature that NDL boasts of. And then we have NDL users content. NDL users contents are primarily about what you call the national license content. So what Government of India has done is it has procured national license from South Asia Archive and also from the World eBook Library and given it to NDL registered users at free of cost, right? And you can access these two resources, full text resources. Full text means you can download the entire PDF file or audio file or any other format thesis. You can use it for educational and research purposes at free of cost. And the third one is limited access, which may require additional, say for example, if it's a 30-page article, out of which 10 or 15 pages may be accessible, remaining pages may not be accessible to you. That is called limited access. And the fourth one is subscribed access. Say for example, we have the metadata from IEEE and Springer, right? But if your institution has taken the subscription of IEEE and Springer, then from your IP-bound machine, you can directly access these resources directly from NDLI itself. So you don't have to get into their website. And the last one is restricted access, which means this may require additional authorization from the source authority for accessing these resources. So these are the 5 different access options that the NDLI content are available. So you can easily locate them below every search results. So if you look at the access option-based content, as Professor Das mentioned, we have 51 million resources that are completely free of cost. You can download these resources and use it for educational and research purposes. And articles are the major amount of resources that we have, with 38 million resources are articles, followed by newspaper articles, which are 7 million. And then books are about 6 million resources. We have thesis also, about 740,000 theses available. And then we have video lectures of over 472,000. And who is this for? These resources are meant for every age group. It's not only meant for higher education or for lifelong learners. It's meant for every age group, starting from the school-going children to college-going youths, working professionals, academicians, researchers, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners. So anyone who is interested in learning, we have resources for them. So now let us see how to access the National Digital Library. So there are two ways through which you can access the National Digital Library. One is through a mobile app. So you can see we have mobile app available on both Android as well as iOS. And also you can access it through a browser-based applications. So now what I'm going to show you is how to show you in live demonstration how to access the National Digital Library of India. I hope my screen is visible to all of you. So for accessing NDLI, what you have to do is just go to a browser and then type National Digital Library of India. Okay. Once you enter this, just click enter. And then you can see this is the first URL. This is the official URL of the National Digital Library of India. And if you want to open, you just have to click on this URL. Just a minute. Yes. So this is the home page of the National Digital Library of India. So this is the top bar. This is a static bar. Here you can see there is a browse button. You can browse the content by type. I will just show you how does it look like. So you can see, you can browse the content by text, whether you want a text files, whether you want video lecture. Suppose if you want a video type of content, you just click on video type. There are 625,000 resources, video lectures available on this NDLI. And then let me show you the other browse option. There is a by subject category. You can browse the content by subject category. Suppose if you want social sciences content, you just choose social sciences. Then you can see the various. You can also further navigate the second level subject category also. Okay. And the third one is by source. By source is nothing but the content contributors. I told you there are 346 content contributors, and all of them are listed here. Say for example, if you want, say, Khan Academy resources, you just type Khan Academy, and you can see the contents which are there from Khan Academy. There are 19,998 video lectures uploaded by Khan Academy. and all of them are listed here. And the last browse option is learning resource type. Say, for example, if you want only thesis, just click on thesis, then you can see the various thesis, 740,000 theses that are available. Now I will show you the other features. So suppose if you want to start an Ndla Club, so you just have to click on this Ndla Club, then it will take you to our Ndla Club home page. Yes, this is how the Ndla Club homepage looks like. So here you can do the club registration. And then we have, as Professor Das mentioned, you can actually change the language interface into various Indian languages apart from English. Suppose if you want to change it into, say, any other Indian languages, say for example Hindi, you can just click on Hindi, then the entry interface will change into Hindi. Okay. So now these are the three sections. The study at home section. Say for example, if you want content which are only relevant for humanities. Okay. Say for example, I will just click on humanities. Then you can see the various subjects that are available. Suppose if you want the content under, say, sociology, just click there. Then you can see there are video lectures from Swayam. And also suppose if you want geography, you can just click on geography. Suppose if you want history, you can see various history subjects that are there. Then you can further navigate to use. And suppose if you want engineering subjects, you can just click on engineering. Suppose if you want civil engineering subjects, you can see there are civil engineering resources available. Suppose if you want computer science engineering, you can see the various computer science content that are available. And these are some COVID-19 research repositories. Suppose if you want various scholarly publications on COVID-19, you can see the various, there are 37,000 publications available on COVID-19. And these are the featured collections which Professor Das talked about. Suppose if you want person of the week, you can just click here and see who is the person of the week, because many libraries promote this activity, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to search a couple of topics and I will show you how to effectively search on Ndla. And if you want to search some topics, you can put it in the chat box. I would be happy to search here also. Say for example, I want to search on a topic called African history. Okay, let me just put African history and then I click search. I got 98,658 results on this topic of African history. Here you can see this means, as I said, limited access. Okay, which means only partial information may be visible, remaining portion may not be visible. But you want, say for example, if you want only the full text resources, then what you can do is on the left hand side, you can see there are various filters available. Access restriction, author, subject category, educational degree, difficulty level, educational level, file format, language. Say for example, if you suppose if you want the content in Urdu, okay, there are at least 2 resources available on this topic in Urdu. I've just tried to see if it's available in Urdu. It's getting the results. Yes. So there are 2 results which are available on this topic. Okay. Now let me go back. I will show you another way of doing the same search. Okay. Now, if you look at, you can see here, you can see African history is also there, American history is also there. Okay. This is because when I put a search term called African history, what will the search will do is it will search whether African or history. Even if one word is there, it will just pull the results and display it in front of you. So to avoid this, there is a provision in our system wherein suppose if you put a double quote within this search, and then if you now search, earlier there were 98,000 results. Now if you see, there are only 1,311 results, which has both the words. It will fetch results only which has both the words. African history, both the words should be there, then only that result will come. Okay. Now if you want video lectures on this topic, Okay, on the right hand side, you can see there is a filter called content type. I just clicked on video. I got 30 results, video lectures on this topic of African history. Right? Now, if you want me to search any other topic, you can put it in the chat box. Let me see if there are any messages there. Okay, I have not seen any. So let me just put another topic called, say, Java programming. Right? So I got 75,000 results on this topic. Now, if I want it under the subject category of computer science and technology, now I have got 58,000 results. Now, if I want only full text resources, so what I have to do, I have to choose open and Ndli. Now I have got 14,000 results on this topic. Okay. So this is how you have to effectively use the National Digital Library of India. Now, suppose if you want to open this document, okay. So I will show you how to view or download a resource from Ndli. So now I wanted to open this document. First, click on the metadata. So this is called the metadata, the basic information. So this is the title of the resource. He is the author, source, content type, file format, age range, educational level, and whether it's open access or not. This is open access. Now, since it's open access, you can directly download this resource by clicking this content button. Now it will take you to the page like this. Now, if you want to download this content, you can just click on this PDF. Then the entire content will get downloaded into your. Now you can see, now the content has got downloaded. Fine. So that's how. Now you can just click on right click and then save this resource. Now you can use this resource for educational and research purposes at free of cost. Fine. So now we will get back to the presentation. So I will just searched on few topics, Java programming, engineering mechanics, human resource management, engineering drawing, principles of plumbing, history of English literature, Urdu literature, financial accounting, pharmaceutical analysis, remedial biology, biotechnology, poems, some experiments on physics. There are video experiments available on various topics. We have preparatory materials. I've already showed you how to access this study at home section. So once you click on any topic, it will take you to the corresponding sections. And these are some of the featured contents that are available for the higher educational institutions. So we have video lectures from the National Program on Technology Enabled Learning. That's also another Government of India initiative. We have over 1 lakh video lectures on various topics. Okay, and then we have thesis submitted in various Indian universities available under Infringement Shodh Ganga resources. We have Swayam, which is also another online open educational materials that are available. We have Digital Library of India. Very rare resources are getting digitized and it's available. And we have Satyajit Ray's original writings available. We have Bose Institute resources. We have spoken tutorial on various computer languages. We have PG books available. We have the National Science Digital Library, MIT's Open Courseware resources, Semantic Scholar, archive.org, Paperity, CiteSeerX, and we have faculty contributions from various institutions. So even if some of the faculty members who want to contribute, you can always get in touch with our team to get this done. And also, as I mentioned, we have the Government of India's national license content from South Asia Archive and World eBook Library. And we have some content for school students. And then we have some pleasure reading materials and well classics and bestsellers resources available. We have competitive examination preparatory materials. I've already showed you how to download our resource. And I've showed you the various filter options available. So some of the important filter options are access restrictions, authors, subject category, educational level. Suppose if you want the content relevant only for UG and PG, you can just choose UG and PG. And file format, as Professor Das and Professor Chakrabarti mentioned, we have the contents available in over 400 languages, okay, both Indian as well as international languages. We have the learning resource type in more than 60 different types of available. Source is nothing but, as I said, the content contributors. All the 346 content contributors are listed under the source, and then we have the content type. Okay. So now we have completed the browser-based application part. Now the last part is about how to use the Ndla mobile app. So if you are using an Android phone, go to the Play Store and then search for National Digital Library of India. Or if you are using an iPhone, go to the App Store and search for National Digital Library of India. Enter the full name, especially in the App Store. If you put the entire name, then only the app will appear. So look for this logo, app name and the publisher name. All the three should be National Digital Library of India. Then you click on installing the app, then the app will get installed in your phone. So once the app is installed in your phone, just click on the app, then the home screen of the Ndla will open. This is how the Ndla mobile app's home screen look like in the Android phone. So if you click on this button, then you can see the browse option will come here. And if you want to search, then what you have to do is just click on the search icon, then the search box will appear like this. Okay. Here you enter the search keyword. Here for example, I search for a topic called financial accounting. Enter the topic here and then click on search from the keypad itself. Okay. Now I got 225,000 results on this topic. Now suppose if you want to narrow down the results, what you have to do? Apply filters. So this is the filter option in the mobile app. Just click on this icon. Then you can see all the filters which we saw on the desktop application will be appearing here. Browser-based application you can see here. Now if you want to apply a filter called content type and you wanted only video lectures, go to the filter called content type and choose video and then click apply. Now I got only 205 results on this topic of financial accounting. So this is how we have to use the Ndla mobile app. Now we have come to the last and most important part. As Professor Das mentioned, Ndla Club, the primary objective of Ndla Club is to promote the culture of reading and learning, especially among the young generation. So for this, we need to do a lot of reading, learning oriented activities through a platform. So what we have done is we have created an online learning platform, teaching learning platform called Ndla Club. So you can also become a member of, your institution can become a member of this Ndla Club. So I will briefly touch upon the basic process, but if you have any further questions, you can write to me separately. I will share my email ID in the chat box shortly. You can write to me and we would be happy to help you in setting up an Ndla Club. Or I have my another colleague called Anirban Sharma. He is also in the webinar. So he will be also sharing his email ID. You can get in touch with him as well. Okay. So as a first step, what you need to do is first get the consent from your head of institution and identify 4 key members of your institution for starting an Ndla Club. Okay, who are these 4 key members? First, it has to be a patron who is preferably the head of the institution, like principal, vice chancellor, director. And then you have to identify a president who is a faculty member or a librarian of the institution. And then a secretary who could be a faculty or a librarian. And the executive member, which could be a combination of faculty, students, and researchers. So identify at least 4 key members for your club. Once you have identified them, then all the 4 of them should be first registered at the NDLI, National Digital Library of India. Okay. After they are registered, then you have to go to the club registration, Ndla Club portal. There you have to first click on the club registration button and then fill the form. Okay. So once you click on this button, this is how the option will come. Here you can enter with your NDL registered email ID and password. Once you log in, what you have to do is fill the basic information about yourself, like your institute name, the state, the country, the state, district, and your contact website, email ID, mobile number. So the basic information has to be filled and then upload 3 images of your institution and then provide the 4 club authorities details, their name, designation, etc. And then you have to generate an authority letter automatically generated from the system. And then you have to get it signed and stamped by your head of the institution. And then you have to upload and then submit the application. Once it is submitted, our team will verify your application and then we will issue the approval of your club. Okay. So this is how the certificate of registration will look like. So after the institution is approved, you have to at least register minimum of 100 students, but we would suggest register all the students and faculty members under Ndla Club. Once they are registered on Ndla Club, they will also become an automated member of NDLI. So they don't have to register separately. They can automatically become a member of the National Digital Library of India also. And that is the first step. And the second step is you have to conduct at least 10 reading or knowledge related activities and ensure maximum number of participants, especially the young generation, participates in the activities and starts reading and learning. So that is the primary objective of Ndla Club. And what kind of activities you can conduct? It could be a lecture series or a quiz competition or a storytelling session, go fish session, film screening, drawing competition, role play, writing competition, maker space, debate. So these are some of the indicative list of activities, and you can also come up with your own reading, knowledge, or research related activities, right? And these have to be uploaded on the Ndla Club platform, because once your club is approved, you will be given a separate login to manage your Ndla Club online, right? And we will be monitoring very closely the activities. So this is what I have to share with all of you, and I request all of you, if you have any questions, you can put it in the chat box. And I thank once again the organizers for having us here for this session. Over to the MOC.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brignesh. Thank you for this insightful and informative session. Thank you, sir. Now, the next will be the session of presentation by Dr. Inkem E. Osibo. She is the Director of Human Capacity Development and Training of the Africa Library and Information Associations and Institutions, which has its headquarters in Ghana. She had been the head of public library system in Oka, Anambra State, Nigeria, and the director of National Nigerian Book Foundation. She has served as a coach in the Aflia Leadership Academy and a mentor in the global libraries funded by International Network of Emerging Library Innovators of Saharan Africa. She is currently involved in advocating for training librarians to understand the importance of opening up to knowledge for greater access and exploring pathways for integration of Africa's local content into the global body of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Dr. Inkem.
Hello, everyone. I'm trying to share my screen here. There's a throwback somewhere because I had to put on 2 devices to be sure that my internet does not disappoint me.
Okay.
Because that's what.
Your mic is mute. We are not able to hear you, Dr. Inkem.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. You're audible
Oh,
Yes,
now.
we can. Can hear
all
you
right,
now.
thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yeah.
It's visible.
So, yeah. So the information sector operates within the ambit of different countries, organizations, and cultures. It is not a standalone sector. It works alongside with other sectors. And one of the current realities that we are seeing all over the world now is that countries in the last couple of decades have focused on shaping the present and immediate future of what happens within their boundaries in order to realize economic, social, and educational goals of development. Because countries, at least the SDGs, the framework has taught everybody that you need to plan for development. You can't just assume that it will happen. And in doing this, two key areas have been recognized and given much attention to as key to rapid and sustainable development: technology and information. These two areas underpin growth in innovativeness, industrialization, and inclusiveness. And they have great potential for the transformation of communities and countries. Now, the focus on these two key areas have brought about some consequences. The first one is that technological applications now pervade and influence the creation of information, storage, use, dissemination, sharing, and even adapting it. And not just that too, it's now in every sector, whether it's in health, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in economics, in banking, in finance, in education. Technology is everywhere. And why it's that way is that technology has taken over how to access information, like I said, even how to create it. And every sector now uses one form of technology or another. It has also brought in changes in service delivery as legislation to help the sector function effectively have sprung up everywhere. There are now laws on how to license ebooks, how you can access them. Of course, the old copyright laws are there, but most of them are being amended. Then also, another consequence is that data is being generated much, on a higher level as technology is being used. And this data is really being sought after because like some people say, data is the new oil. Then also gaps have widened between the haves and have-nots, technology and information-wise. So what gives? How do people deal with this? Can the government do it all alone? Or authorities, how do they cope with this? And I've said that libraries are the connecting link. They are the nexus of information, technology, and the people as the only institutions within the information, education, and cultural sectors that are natural allies for integration of technology and inculcation of different types of literacies that we see that we need now in order to navigate the landscape. And then in doing this, because I'm speaking for AFLIA, I'm not speaking for myself, I want to let us know that, you see Africa, people have that misconception, oh, it's Africa, oh, it's Africa, but I wish to let us know that Africa is not a country. Africa has 54 countries, 5 regions. Central Africa, you have East Africa, you have North Africa, you have Southern Africa, then you have West Africa. You know, there are thousands of local languages, one continent though, and different rates of development. But all in all, we have just one Pan-African body that we call the African Union, and we also have one Pan-African Library Association that we call the African Library and Information Associations and Institutions, AFLIA, on behalf of whom I'm here and speaking. And many people ask, what is AFLIA? Why do you need AFLIA when there's IFLA? Let me first say that AFLIA is a member of IFLA, because IFLA is the global library association that every library association should belong to. But AFLIA, being a member of IFLA, works mainly in Africa with Africans and for African librarians and libraries. AFLIA is the trusted voice of the African library and information community in Africa. It was founded in 2013 and has her headquarters in Accra, Ghana, where my office is. AFLIA has this main focus, building the capacities of librarians in the continent so that they'll be equipped to provide cutting-edge services to meet the diverse information demands of current times, thereby strengthening our position as librarians in national and continental development. So many people ask, why do we still need libraries? Do people still go to libraries? And more than ever, in Africa, it is critical to let people know that libraries are very important, because World Bank has classed most African countries as within the range of being poor or being underdeveloped or still trying to develop. And you find out that many libraries, many homes, many families can hardly ever afford all the information resources that children, young people need for quality education. Libraries are there to help them achieve. Libraries are there to help people learn skills. Libraries are there to help people with ideas on how to transform themselves and their communities. So when people tell you that, do people ask you, do people still go to libraries? Please tell them that in Africa, yes, people go, and that they really need to go to these libraries. So with AFLIA, what's going on? What are we up to? Let me, I have sent my presentation to the university librarian, but let me just turn things around a little bit. What's going on? First of all, we are looking at opening up knowledge, liberating knowledge, letting the world know that, see, that Africa has knowledge that needs to be integrated into the world body of knowledge. We are working on helping librarians to understand that openness is an idea, a concept that everybody has to imbibe. We are working with OER Africa on training librarians on open educational resources. We are working with Wikimedia Foundation to help librarians gain skills, digital skills, to know how to work in digital spaces, create information. You know, when we were in school, during our time in UI, University of Ibadan, one of the things that we learned was that librarians are gatekeepers to information. But the 21st century information sector, the current reality is teaching us that librarians, we don't need to stay at the gate anymore. We need to get inside and learn how to create information and learn how to adapt information and learn how to help people create information so that we won't just be at the gate, but we'll also be in the mainstream, you know, in the mainstream, helping creating information. So that's one thing that AFLIA has been working on. And because we are dealing with that openness, we are also working with some organizations that have been helping librarians to learn about how do you manage research data. When you create research or when there's research in your library, what happens to the data? What do you do with it? Do people understand what to do with data sets, or it's just there like that? So that's one of the things we've been doing. Then we're also working on increasing the visibilities of libraries in Africa and positioning them as worthy partners that stakeholders can work with to drive development. And also we are working on copyright issues. Last week we were at a meeting in Geneva of WIPO, because through the back door entirely, some countries in Africa want to introduce what they call the public lending right, whereby if anybody goes to a library to use any resource, the library will be obligated to report that so number of people used that resource. And based on the number of people that used it, the author will be paid. So the library will buy a book, then when people use that book, you still have to pay. So it was one of the issues that we talked about at WIPO last week. So that is one of the things that AFLIA is doing. Then we're also trying to work on copyright exceptions and limitations in different African countries to enable African libraries make copies of e-resources where possible, to enable them share across borders, you know, share their resources across borders. And this is important to us because right now that the African continental free trade area is coming up, you know, we want a situation where libraries can be a part of it too. Libraries can help to ensure that wherever you are in Africa, wherever you come from, so far as you're within that free trade area, that free trade zone, you can access knowledge, you know, irrespective of copyright laws and so on. So that's what we've been doing and more. Then we've partnered with quite a lot of people right now in the pipeline. We are talking with people that will teach African librarians how to deal with GOIs, that's digital object identifiers. We are talking with them, and we believe that within the next 2 months, They are going to run a set of training for people to understand what it is all about and how to use it. What are we looking at to be our end goal, or what next for us? We discovered that the standards of education and practice of LIS in Africa is neither here nor there. We looked at
Ms. Nafisa, I think there is some connectivity problem at her end.
I think Mrs. Inkem is facing network problem. Wow. Hello? Hello, Mr. Brignesh? Dr. Brignesh, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you. So can we move on to the next agenda?
Okay. Okay. I wanted to wait for her if she could come back, or we should just go for the question and answer before she comes back. What do you suggest?
I think we can go take up a couple of questions. We will wait for her return in the meanwhile.
Okay. Then, okay, I'd like to call on Mr. Kabiru, the head librarian of Skyline University, Nigeria, and Mr. Biramani, the head librarian of Skyline University College, to take on the question and answer sessions.
Yeah, thank you, Nafia, for your wonderful MC. So thank you all the guest speakers, Dr. Partha Pradim Chakrabarti and Professor Partha Pradim Das and Dr. Vignesh Mohan and Dr. Nikam for their wonderful presentation at this international webinar on digital resource management in the 21st century. So we have compiled some few of questions from our participants, so that I would like to share my screen so that it's a maximum question to the Dr. Vignesh, I guess. So he can able to answer. So can you able to see my screen, Dr. Vignesh?
No, I can't see your screen. So I can request, I think Professor Chakrabarti and Professor Das, they are more positioned to respond to the questions. Okay, is there any institution membership in Ndla?
Yeah, this is by Dr. A. Vignesh.
Sure. So earlier we used to have institutional membership, but now that has been discontinued. Now we have this Ndla Club membership. So you can become a member of Ndla Club, and you can use it. And
okay.
then
Next question is
from Ms. Sashi, is it possible to upload club members in bulk mode? No, we have intentionally not kept this option because what used to happen is when you do bulk registration, many of the students and faculty members don't even know where they are part of a club. So in this Ndla Club registration, we wanted to make sure the students and the faculty members know that they are part of a club and they know their responsibilities well, then only they have to participate. That is the only reason we have not given the bulk registration mode, because and it is easier to do it in an individual registration rather than doing it in a bulk mode. Right.
Yeah, the next question is Dr. from Jaimala. I think hopefully you answered in the chat box. If you can able to answer.
Yes,
here
so
also.
I think here maybe I request Professor Das or Professor Chakrabarti. There is a question about What about restricted and subscribed access? How do they access these restricted and subscription
Yeah,
access?
so the restricted and subscribed accesses are based on various kinds of national level subscriptions. So this can be only accessed either if you are working in a premises from which there is a national license or there is an institutional license. So currently those are the ones. However, there are certain categories of access which uh, cannot be accessed by an unregistered user but can be accessed by a registered user. So those which are subscribed contents obviously are restricted. So they cannot be accessed unless you have an institutional membership or your individual membership of that subscribed content. And in some cases, they are nationally subscribed, so they may not be accessible from outside India.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. There's a next question from Hemapriya. Can individual persons can join the club?
No, NDLA club is primarily for the institutions. It could be a school or a college or a polytechnic or a technical institution or such institution. It's primarily for institution. But if you're part of an institution, then your institution can become a member and you can become an authority or a member of that institution. Individually, you can't join an NDLA club.
Thank you. The next question is from Ms. Siba Hassan. She is working in a CBSE school in Saja. So it will be helpful in a higher grade students, but for junior classes, how to make it useful? Yes, fiction books are available in the NDLA. It's just the restrictions.
I think Professor Das maybe.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Lot of fiction books are available in India, right? And especially the Digital Library of India. Then there are audio books of LibriVox, and there are lots of fiction books available in NDLI. And NDLI, you have to go through the lower level classes. If you apply the filter for lower level classes, you will get lot of material.
Thank you, sir. And there's one more last questions from Mr. Olbanga Charles. He has requested 3 questions, so we'll go by one. How would the resources on the digital library be converted to the local language? Would this not be the infringement on copyright?
Yeah, the answer to this is we will be very happy if anybody wants to convert this to local language. There are many copyright-free material available in NDLI, and if there is some material which is copyrighted, we will be very happy to connect with the copyright owners and get a translation. And if anybody really wants to do a translation and contribute that to NDLI, that would be a welcome step.
The second question that we have requested, if the metadata of contents are available or made available on NDLA, that is simply that the parent sources on open source.
No, that is not necessary. The metadata content is publicly available, but the original source may be open source, may not be open source. But the NDLI structure and the platform for use of NDLI is open source.
Thank you, sir. And the third question by Mr. Ulbanga Charles is the NDLA collection for elementary and secondary school seem to be focused on the Indian education system. How do you intend to expand your collection by curating resources from education system in the other regions?
Yes, so for that we would require help from the other regions, and if you can provide us with support and the knowledge and the resources of other regions and people, then we will be very happy. So we would be happy to discuss this in details if somebody has an interest to contribute resources of other regions, especially if Nigeria, Sharjah, or anybody, if the government provides these free, and we can integrate it to the National Digital Library.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brignesh and Dr. Professors. Thank you so much for. Ms. Nasifa? Yeah, that's all we have done our question and answer session.
Okay, thank you so much.
And there is one more question for NDLA from Mr. Abhinav Chauhan. What kind of activities are expected to engage students through institutional club membership with Ndla. So Abhinav from Abhinav.
Brignesh, you can answer that.
Sure, sir. So we have kept it open. So we have, say, for example, I have integrated few list of activities like lecture series or a quiz competition or a drawing competition or a, say, tech talk, or it could be like a open forum where, the primary idea is to give a platform wherein the students and the faculty members can share their knowledge, expertise, and also a platform to promote the culture of reading, learning, and knowledge sharing. So that is the primary objective. I have seen many brilliant activities being conducted, especially in India. So I recently remember there was a reading Olympiad conducted in one state in Tamil Nadu, and so sky is the limit. Like as long as you are open to new ideas, because the young generation is completely very dynamic, right? We can't to go with the traditional way of only lecture series, especially the young generation. So I remember there was a storytelling session which was held for children on artificial intelligence and machine learning. So you can open up a lot of brilliant ways through which you can engage the children to read, learn, and share their experience and knowledge.
Thank you, Dr. Vignesh. Mr. Kabiru, do you have any other questions that you'd like to ask? Mr. Kabiru?
Hello, we can hear you, Mr. Kabiru.
I think he has some connectivity issue. Maybe we can move to the next agenda item. Over to Minafisa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Viramani. I think we will go for in the absence of any questions. I don't know if the participants have more questions, they can please send it. If they don't have, we will move to the next, and which is the last item on the agenda. That is the closing remarks by the Vice Chancellor of Skyline University, Nigeria. But I think the VC is unavoidably absent for some meetings. So I would like to call on Mr. Kabiru for the closing remark, the head librarian of Skyline University, Nigeria, and the chief organizer for this event. So let me call him to give us the closing remarks. And if he is absent, I think Dr. Brignesh can close the event and share the feedback form.
Maybe I think I will just touch upon. I request Professor Das, if he is there, to Professor Das or Professor Chakrabarti, anyone of you.
Kabiru, are you there? Or?
Yes, I'm here. Well, my network just went up. But,
Yeah. We are. Yes.
Are we still into the Q&A session? Because
we are done with the Q&A, and I think we would like you to give us the closer remark for the event before we close it up.
Okay. Well, on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ajit Kumar, of course, he's unavoidably absent. I would like to personally, acknowledge and appreciate the presenters, Professor Chakrabarti, Professor Das, Dr. Brignesh of Ndla, and of course, Dr. Nkem of Apulia. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for, of course, putting up with our constant messages to ensure that this insightful webinar holds. Equally, our heartfelt dedication, and the commitment of the organizing committee, including the SUC team, as well as the SUN team, which comprises of the head librarian of, SUC, Mr. Birawani, the assistant librarian, Mr. Charles, and also our own assistant librarian, Mr. Musa, and of course, Mr. Mustafa. They really work hard, tirelessly, to make this webinar a grand success. Thank you very much. Really appreciate. On behalf of Skyline University Nigeria, as well as Skyline University College, we are extending, our appreciation to the presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kabiru. And in the absence of any further comments by the professor, Dr. Brignesh, and Professor Pratamdas and Professor Chakrabarti, is there any further comments you would like to make before I declare the event closed?
So we just have a few announcements. So we have a team member present here. His name is Mr. Anirban Sharma. So he looks after our international outreach initiative. So if any institution or any college who is interested in participating, accessing the National Digital Library of Resources, or starting Ndla Club, or if you want to contribute any new resources to the National Digital Library, you can get in touch with my colleague, Mr. Anirban Sharma. So, Mr. Anirban, kindly you may want to share your email ID in the chat box so that the participants can get in touch with you. Alternatively, I can also put it in the chat box. Anirban, if you are there, if you can share some few pointers.
Yes, I'm just putting my email address in the chat box. Right. So colleagues are free to get in touch. I would, in fact, like to be in touch with a number of colleagues from here after the session.
Thank you, Anirban. Professor Das or Professor Chakrabarti, if you want to share something.
On behalf of NDLI, I would like to first thank the Skyline University, Sharjah, and Nigeria, and AFLIA, and other organizers for this very nice meet. I hope this will be useful information for the universities in Africa. And we will look forward that we do not end in this webinar, but actually start a new beginning where universities, their students and faculty really start using NDLI and give us feedback on how to improve. And I look forward to that we should be able to work together to enrich the contents. There have been questions raised, and very rightly though, as to the appropriateness of the content in the context of at least primary and lower school education and the mid school education. And let us see how we can work together to enrich those. And also I would encourage every university, every participant here to mobilize clubs to be formed at the respective institutions, because they are really proving to be useful. Because there are two things. One is to build a library, to make the collection and make things available. But the second, the more important thing, is to have the user engagement, that users get benefited through that. So club is proving to be a very effective mechanism in India for that purpose. And
sir, one question.
I'm sure. Yes.
Sir, can I clarify this NDLI Club QR code is where is, sir? Our authority institution, sir.
So, Mr. Srinivas, I would be. I can
Okay.
tell you. You can note down my number. I will tell you.
Okay, okay,
I will put it in the chat.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you then. Thanks, everybody. A very good afternoon. I'm sure it is by now it is afternoon in Africa also. So thank you very much, and thanks for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, professors. Thank you, Dr. Brignesh. Thank you, Dr. Inkem. And I'd like to inform the participants to please check on the chat box. Feedback forms will be shared. Please kindly follow the link and give us feedback on the session. Kindly follow the link, the forms, and please fill the forms and give us feedback on the session. Thank you so much for taking your time to be with us. Thank you, the NDLI, Skyline University Nigeria, Skyline University College, and the APLIA. Thank you so much, all the participants here present. And we have reached the end of this session, and I hereby declare the program closed. And remember to fill the form and log off before, and fill the form before logging out. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Nafisa. So I have shared the feedback form URL in the chat box. So only for
Okay.
people who submit the feedback form, we would be happy to send you the certificate of participation and also the presentation which are being made by my colleagues and myself, and also with Dr. Nikim. So we once again thank you on behalf of the National Digital Library of India for taking out time, and we know it's a long meeting. But still, many of you still continue to be there and supported us. So thank you so much. We are going to end this session. So kindly copy the feedback form and keep it with you handy, because once we close the meeting, you will not be able to access this URL. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sonamohan. Thank you so much.
article to capitalize the article as your main word.
Yeah. Ezekiel, can you correct that for us?
Let her correct it.
Hi.
Do we want to fill two forms?
Okay, greetings to everybody. Bye bye. Thank you. Bye.
Please, if possible, I have a little question to ask now. Hello? Hello? Hello, is anybody respond my question? I have one question.